All right, so let's get started here. I always start the same way every single time. All right, let's go ahead and start marking out the dollar. And as I walk through this, and I'll try and talk to myself so you guys can basically hear my thoughts as I do this, right? All right, so look at the dollar index first. I want to know where I'm at. I can see that we're in a tight Asian range. Tokyo session was tight. And right now I am coming down to the Asian session lows. Okay. So I'm trying to project what this could do, right? Now it could come all the way down to here. We don't have a whole lot of news until 7:45 on the euro. Okay, so I can expect, or at least I'm thinking that we may have like a choppy market until around that time, or we may have a small opportunity where we can make some money, and then it's going to range until this news. So either way, that's what I'm thinking right now. So I don't think we're going to break out of like range completely until this time around here. So I'm thinking probably can come down. If it comes down, it comes down to here at least, and then go back up, and we go from there. So what I'm thinking is like this, where we're at now, and then it can come all the way down, maybe even all the way down to New York session lows before it goes up again in the range. So again, I won't be too aggressive this London session, but US session, maybe a whole lot of opportunities today. We'll see. Let's do 5. Let's see how it breaks, comes down to this dimension. All right. Any questions on that? Inquiries? I do this every day the same way. All right, let's go back to here. Now let's go ahead and find out where are the opportunities. So we have a small tight range there. Maybe up to here. I do have to look into these wicks if you're wondering. Here like that. Again, it's just it's a gauge, and I'm trying to map out things here. See how the euro has been basing all like for a while now, okay? And you can see that over here, we still have almost 300 pips to go. All right, let's take a look at this. So I'm just going to extend this from yesterday. We're at the top of the range here. And for this one, I'd look at higher time frames, like 4 hour, since I can't see a top here. Remove this order. Yes. So I may have this one here. If I can't see it clearly on a 30-minute, I go to a higher time frame. Okay. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to mark out my bearings here. fuzzy. Okay, let's do this. And I'm going to mark out the wick. GDXC, yes, it's the pound and the euro this morning. Just they've been sideways for a while. Okay, and I can tell looking at this right here. Look at the pound supply, all of the pounds, 24, and demand is 26. So if you can imagine that, we're right in the middle. And here, the same thing here in the euro. And this is a tighter range. See that? I can just look at this, and I can see that the euro generally is in the middle. So is the pound. So you have in New Zealand a little different here, 10 and 42. Okay, so just looking at this information here will reflect what's happening in the chart. I can do that instantly. So I can answer that question very fast. Remember, as a day trader, you are processing information quickly. Okay, like this one, I can't see what's up here. So I have to go look at a higher time frame. And I can see that I'm in a range, and we're probably looking for a breakout. There's one up there. Okay. Let's do the 4 hour again. Okay, so we're almost at supply, many supplies here. Okay. Ashton, you can go 3 hour, 4 hours. It's fine. I mean, this bottom one here is a 3 hour. I do look at, for some reason, I do like looking at the 4 hour. It's just easy for me. It's just preference at that point. Okay, so here, I'll trade this one. It's okay, I can do this too. Like, same about. All right, so we have this up here. I'll count those 2 weeks. Nah, I'll just keep it like this for now. He here is doing the routine, yeah? If you want to be consistent, have to have a consistent routine. Now, this is on my trading plan, so you guys should have my trading plan. I just follow it. Okay. Ashton, where are you out of?
He's out of LA.
Oh. So it's like midnight there, huh?
Yeah, but he's one of those guys that stays up late.
Okay.
Unless he's like Ivy who gets up early. Yeah, we're in that right now.
Yeah. The bat is also in LA. Okay. So
Yeah.
looks like yen is moving here. Ooh, I like this one. That's 3 in LA, 17 more. I used to live in LA too.
Yeah, we're still friends.
All right, so this I like to mark out, even though I have wicks over here. I do mark it out. Like this. It makes me aware of those levels. Down to 15. Traffic is just terrible over there. Okay, let's see here. I can extend this from yesterday. This is done. Stay away from that one. See how this is ranging like this? This is great for scalping. If you got some skills, you can scalp this up and down. Okay, a few more to go. Here we have supply all the way 90, 95. Okay. Any questions on what I'm doing so far? Just marking out my charts here. Same way I do every day. Progress. Cool. So this has been helpful. This is a 4-hour level, so let's see this. One, two, three, four. Okay. One more. I think that's too tight, but okay. All right. This is just straight sideways here. Okay, done. So it takes about, what, 10, 12 minutes to do this. If I'm doing this by myself, it's kind of, I do it pretty quickly. Okay, so right off the bat, I can tell you that. Actually, I'm going to ask a question this time. Should I be aggressive or should I just hang tight and really wait for selective opportunity here? Anybody? Anybody care to? Okay. All right. See, so that's the kind of day that you're going to be in. So I have to write here, tight range. So if we look, it bounced off of what? The Asian session low. Okay. And was I able to anticipate that? Yes? No? Okay. So tie range day, I have to what? Don't be aggressive. Wait. Then wait. Then wait some more. Then trade. Okay? So again, I'm not going to be overly aggressive today. May happen later. So understanding what type of day it is or anticipating what kind of day it is allows me to adjust my strategy, right? Okay, let's take a look at the news here. So we have 4 a.m. Italian for the unemployment rate and 5 a.m. this OPEC and 7:45 euro 8:30. Now, right off the bat like that, when I see that most of the red folders are towards the the American session, 7:45, 8:30, then I'm going to expect what? The big moves to happen in the U.S. session. Does that make sense? Anticipating. Okay. So these are just clip notes that I have for myself, right? And it helps me gather my thoughts, and it also helps me think about how I'm going to position myself here. Okay, so if I make, I don't know, 10, 5, 15 pips now, is that good or bad? Good, right? I mean, that'll be excellent. Why? Because I'm in a range, right? Ooh. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So the trade I'm looking at right now is the New Zealand CAD. I can see that the CAD is in play. It's the only one that's really moving right now. Remember, I'm going to be what? Very quick how I take profits. Your CAD already finished that. And cross pairs. Now, I'm going to have more emphasis on trading the euro today. Okay. We still have some room here, Judy, on this one and this one. Okay, and how I pick the CAD. Look, see how all of these are mixed here? Euro straight, and so is the CAD. Okay, now I can see the CAD here across the board. Well, it's a make it, take it kind of day. You don't want to be trading this. Look at this. USDN. Yes, but the yen for me is kind of mixed right now. See this right here? It's telling me half is pulling back and half is going the other direction. I like to stay, you want to stay safe? The best way to is to look at this if it's all red or all green. Okay, because that tells me all of the currency, all the euro pairs, all the CAD pairs. So there's what? There's direction here. Now the reason I'll be more biased to trade the euro today is because we have news on the euro. So I expect bigger moves on the euro. Okay, so do we have a strategy and a plan for today? Anybody? Yeah. Okay, good. So now we have why is euro green on the weak side? So what happened was what? Euro was weak and now it's starting to gain some strength. So just because it's on this side does not mean that it's just weak and that's it. No, I want to see it change. And right now I see that this is starting to change. So I can expect what? This to move up and then move up and then move over. Okay. The CAD's weak, so I want to see this go lower. Okay. And I'm starting to see what? The shift happening here. See how the euro is starting to appear here? All right. So something that you may want to do is say, okay, well, I want to trade a strong one with a weak one, like a cross pair, like your Aussie or New Zealand. But that's how you read this. Okay. There's a lot of information that you have here at your fingertips that most of you guys are not using. You're not watching all the videos. And that's why we created this 6-day workshop. We'll just spend more time breaking this down, how to use this to pick better trades. If you haven't registered yet, then I guess they're going to post a link later. We still have a few seats left. Okay, so I'm going to be mostly focused on the CAD, and later on today, mostly focused on Euro. And if I trade anything today, it'll be a make it, take it until then. That's the plan. All right, so any questions, comments, inquiries, please ask. That's why you guys are here. That's why I'm doing this. See, it's too, these heat maps too tight. Okay, so I had a question here. Would you consider add-ons with the New Zealand CAD since it's in the impulse move, or would the overall sideways move of the markets override that? For me, the overall sideways move of the markets could override that. But remember, look at this. We have 0.3, 1.5, 2.7, 8.1, right? So in 1 hour, it goes up about 8 pips. So that's not very much. And again, it depends on how aggressive you want to be. Some people want to add in and add-ons like that. It's fine. I like to see at least 5 pip or 6 pip ATR on a 5-minute, so that I have movement, right? So morning, I just joined. Like, can you start from the beginning? Yeah, sure. There's not a whole lot going on right now, Raymond. So this is the notes I have. All right. So I was saying that I did my routine, the same thing I do every day. Figured out it's a tight range. So I'm telling myself not to be aggressive. And wait, and then trade. We have big news on the euro later in London session towards the US session, and I'm anticipating the bigger moves to be later in the day today. So that tells me how I'm going to attack today. I'm not going to be super aggressive. And then I earlier said that looking at this, it's telling me that the CAD is the one moving right now. CAD is consistent. So see how the CAD here is consistent across the board. I can see that also on the chart. So I want to do something with the CAD, and I can see that the euro here is what? It was weak. It's on the weaker side. However, it's starting to gain strength. So I'm looking at this, and it's telling me that it's probably changing direction, and I can start seeing that happen over here. That there's the euro shifting from the weaker side to the longer side. So unless you're a skilled scalper, okay, then these would be the trades to take as a scalper. I wouldn't be too aggressive right now. Okay. And that's about it. That's the plan. So the New Zealand CAD was one I liked. Someone was in the dollar CAD, and probably the Euro CAD. That will be it. And you're not going to go for much. If you get 5, 10, 15 pips today in this London session situation here, and that is fantastic. It's a phenomenal result. Later is when the move's going to happen just before or after these news events. Can you explain why the algo is showing demand above currently priced for Euro New Zealand? I'll have to open up a Euro New Zealand chart. So give me a second here. What just updated? Huh? All right, so do I have Euro New Zealand here?
Pound New Zealand is working nicely.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. It just, we were waiting for it. Did a nice pullback. There's a pullback entry.
Okay. All right. Okay. Move this one. Wallet entry. Okay. Someone put. What's the question?
Wait, I don't understand the question.
Well, I'm pulling up the chart.
The algo is showing demand above current price. There's always supply and demand. What does it mean, demand above current price?
Plus 25. It should be negative. This demand is big.
So so it went through it?
Yeah, but if you just go back like 2 weeks and there's demand.
Oh, okay. So I'm just trying to pull up the chart here. Counselors, that. Okay.
You got that?
What? Page 1?
Yeah.
So we'll trade.
Euro New Zealand. Do you have that chart?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a look here. Euro New Zealand. Oh, it's reversing here. Okay. All right, so question, can you explain why the algo is still showing demand above? Okay, so it went through this demand. It's 19 pips. So what you have to do is, because the computer didn't calculate it yet, it has to go further more candles. Then you'd have to look at your time frame, and you have to do a little bit more work. Yeah, so it has to calculate all these candles on a higher time frame. Does that make sense to Bat? Okay, when you're in trade, what is the high time probability on when you are in a trade? What it is, what I'm guessing is what is the higher probability on trade management? In the example of a trade In the example of a trade turning against you 2 colors in 1 minute or an anchor break on a 5 minute, is the answer different on range day versus a non-range day? I would say that on a range day, I'm going to be less patient with waiting for 2 color changes. I'm going to be just going for, if it's a 5 pip, or like today. If I get 3 or 5 or 10 pips in one trade, that's it. That's good. I'm not going to wait for 2 color changes to go against me. That means I'll just give up everything, right? So I have to be more aggressive in profit taking. When it's a trending day, then yes, I'll give it a little bit more room, and I'll use the ATR and moving averages. Does that make sense, Ashton? Yeah. Okay. Again, once you determine this, what most people forget is that they don't do this part, right? So if you can identify the market condition, then it will identify the strategy you're going to be using to trade that market condition. But most people skip this step, okay, and they just are so tunnel visioned about it's 2 color changes against me or in ATR or anything like that. This will determine how you are also planning to manage. Okay, could you explain the ATR for management? Okay, so again, if it's in a trending day, so I'll have bigger numbers here on my 5 minute and 1 minute. Right now, look at this. It's 0.3, 1.5, 2.6. That's very, very small. Okay. I want to see 5, 6, 10, 12 as my ATR on my 5 minute. Okay. So if it pulls back, so say my ATR is say 7, okay, and it pulls back, I don't know, 4 pips. Okay, it's still within the ATR. I shouldn't be too scared about that. Okay, but say I'm already up 14 pips and the ATR was 7, but it pulls back 10. Well, then that's how I'll be like, okay, well, it passed my ATR. Okay, so now I'm going to be considering closing this trade. Does that make sense? Roberto? Dave? These sessions have probably helped me the most with understanding context, picture, and active. Okay. I'm glad. Okay. Figuring this stuff out by yourself is very, very difficult. You know, you don't know what you're looking for. You don't know what you're looking at, etc. Yes, thanks. So you mean if you have a pullback 1 minute ATR? Yeah, I have to be aware of my pullback on the ATR, right? So if my ATR on the 1 minute, again, this is 0.3, so this is a big no for me. It's too tight. Okay, so I'm aware of what you can say your 1 minute or your 5 minute ATR. If it pulls back more than your ATR, that's it. For me, that's a warning right there. Okay, in the other room, I think they were talking about taking trades in the pound New Zealand. Okay. Pound. So take a look at that. Pound New Zealand. Okay, it's got some decent number. I mean, it's still very low, but better than everything else today. All right, looks like we're gonna just hang out for most of the day today. So ask as many questions. Yurka, why did you stop zone on first wick over wick, but covered the next wick over wick and just marked it? Um, why did you cover stop? I'm not sure where we're looking at. And just marked it. Like this part here? I'm just making myself aware of it. Okay, remember, we're going to have a big move on the euro today. So more I know more about the stuff, the euro charts, the better. And I left this one. Is that what it is? I guess I could move it down. I mean, would that make you feel better? Okay, see how the pound is gaining strength here? Why not mark both in one zone? I guess I could. That's just preference. Your explanation markup is helpful. Will there be videos where you can refer to? There should be, but the thing is, Jason, is that, like we've been doing this, 4 days now? Every day is different. Every single day is different. So to have a static video wouldn't give it the right, for lack of better, right context. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't. The real answer for that is that if I can do it, Jason, then I'll do it. Okay. If I can create a video that can serve you, then absolutely. Okay. 30 pips, Roberto. What did you trade? Good for you. Pound New Zealand. Okay. Gotcha. Raymond grew pound Swiss and pound New Zealand. Oh, awesome. ECB rate decision is expected to be dovish and rate cut. Would it be reasonable to assume that current euro price is anticipating this news? You know what? Your guess is good as mine, but these are really, really low levels on the euro. So maybe, most likely. Pound New Zealand, pound Swiss. Okay, well, that's awesome. Cause nothing. Yeah. All we can do is to trade a chart. So. When you said before the algo does thousands of pips, what is it based on? Taking all trades in the watch list to the pairs nearest supply and demand algo? Yes. If you were to take these trades and manage them correctly, yes, you can make thousands of pips. You have to be extremely active. if you are LGL trading underneath the engines. Yeah. Aniago, what does the number next to currency mean? This one here? Okay, that's the strength. Strength and weakness. Now that we have a video on, Jason. You want easy trades? Look at the watch list. Flip through those charts. Look at this information here. And process it. Yep. Makes a huge difference on how you're going to approach the market. So you know when to stop or go. Or when you're drawing out your racetracks, do you care if these when you're drawing out your racetracks, do you care if there's a major, minor pole or pivot going through it, or do you look at wicks on a higher time frame as well? What if there's a higher time frame wick in the racetrack? I'm aware of it. I care about all of it. Okay, so all right, so I memorize these numbers. Okay, that'll be the short answer. Is there a key to the algo page? I'm not sure what that question means.
The key might be a picture.
Can you expand on the numbers you memorized? Those are bank levels, quarters.
Quarters, holes.
Yeah, quarters and whole numbers. I think there's a video on that.
Yeah, the basic video.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'll be back here shortly. I have to reboot here, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I realized I had some. I had to reboot my screener here. Okay, see, now it's updated. All right, guys. Well, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna be hanging back here for a second, and just watching. Just correct. Example of hole through two. Yeah. I mean, they have like each one of these here. So the 1 minute you're in 5-minute butter. The 5-minute you're in 30-minute butter. The 30-minute you're in 4-hour butter. And the 1 hour you're in daily butter. Okay, so it's 15, 15, 50, I think 100, and then 250. And then your numbers too. Okay, so this is telling me that the pound is also moving. Okay, so look at the pound pairs trade. The ones that Roberto took. Good job, Roberto. Still like this New Zealand can. Well, pound New Zealand. Yeah. Can you review what you said about getting out with ATR on a chart? Okay, so Etienne, so say here, I'm looking at this, my pound yen right now, my ATR on the 5-minute, which is my trading window, right? My lower time frame. Use the 3-minute, the 5-minute, whichever you want. Okay, but it's 7.7. So if I'm in a trade and I'm up, say 10 pips or 12 pips, and it pulls back more than 7.7, that is it's like a red light it's like a warning basically to get out. Okay, so there's many different ways of getting out of a trade or managing a trade. If I'm day trading, I'm looking at this ATR, the 5-minute ATR. Does that make sense? Okay, right now dollar is what? Breaking the Asian session low. I want to what? See a commitment. This euro is taken off. So look at euro long. Really? Come on, man. All right. Remember, it's going down to what? I demand. So I still have to be what? My plan still applies. Okay. All of this still applies. Yeah. Know thy ATR. Euro pound. Okay, anybody take this one, New Zealand CAD? You guys wait for that one. I know that the algo said the euro here. I didn't take the euro personally. I just took this one. Anybody short the pound? New Zealand CAD. Okay, cool. You gotta make it, take it. Not going to be in this for long. All right, very good. We're coming on to a whole number, so watch out. All right, we're getting a push here. The euro is kicking ass. Oh, there's a racetrack here in the euro dollar, and I'm entering butter. Okay. Still going to be very, very, very cautious. Again, just because you see a big push like that doesn't get me a whole lot excited. I mean, it just makes me aware. Okay, I'm not going to be still very, I have to be very careful about how I'm going to play this. I'm watching this very closely because this could be a fake out move. Hopefully, just me thinking out loud helps you put your things in perspective. Is that helpful? Okay.
All right.
I think send it back.
All right, Cheryl, did you get out of your New Zealand CAD or are you still in it? Okay, good. So you should have locked in. Went right up to the whole number. All right, very good. All right, good. When managing a trade, do I move my stop when it moves an ATR away from my entry? Do I move my stop? Or 2 ATRs away? If I'm day trading using 5-minute ATRs, so if I'm day trading and say it's a ranging market, right? And if it passes, again, this is everybody's going to be different. For me, when it goes over to 10 pips, I move my stop to +2 no matter what. Okay, and then I go from there. Does that make sense, Ashton? Because I don't want to ever give that. If I'm +10, oh, sorry, +2. Okay, so I move my stop, so I'm +2, meaning if I get stopped out, I still collect 2 pips. Anybody get? Oh, okay. Get stopped out at 2 pips after I move 10 pips away from my entry. Okay, I don't think we're understanding each other here. So if I'm +10, meaning I'm up 10 pips, I move my stop to +2, no matter what. Okay. Yeah. All right. Anybody in the euro dollar trade? Yeah. Okay. Just watch that very closely. Wow, look at this one. All right, I'll be hanging back here. Just shoot me a question if you have any. All right. If I see something that I like that's high probability, I'll let you know. Those are the only 2 that were on my radar earlier.
Okay, this is a trade father. Since the market opened, the dollar went down. And what I was stressing for the other traders was it went up into supply, came down, it actually broke the low. Now, the trades that you should have had was the dollar yen. I mean, that's the easiest trade, had a nice racetrack. You should still be in the dollar yen and the euro dollar. Okay, now the reason we're talking about the dollar, because if I show you across here and then down, so these two charts are when the dollar's in the base, dollar yen, dollar cat. These four charts are when the dollar's in the quote. Okay, so we have one trader who always gets into a bad trade, not a bad trade, but a trade where he has to fight for his life. And, you know, he's like, God, why am I sweating on these trades? I'm like, because you're not taking the easy trade. Okay, you're dating the girl that, you know, she looks like a supermodel, but she's not for you, but you still want to go out with her. Okay, so you have to have a dollar trade for the day, especially if we're going to come here at the open, all right, because that's the easiest trade. So if I come over here and I look at this at the algo, I still have euro dollar and dollar Swiss. All right, so the dollar is always going to be in play until I can see that it's not a dollar day, but a yen day or a CAD day. Now, today was a mixed day. Today was a day where you had to be patient. You had to find your levels. You had to have your racetracks. Let's see, bigger moves later in the day. Yes, don't be aggressive. Right there, 3 a.m. He wrote it down. Don't be aggressive. Tight range day. It was nice to have a range day. It's nice to have a dollar in the range because it's going to break out. Okay, in this case, it broke down. Okay, and you have to pick the easy trades though. Okay, the easy trades are always with the dollar. Okay. All right, so Sam, how are we doing? Type in something, Sam. Are you seeing this? All right, well, you guys were here. If you have any questions, ooh, look, we just got a kick on the dollar yen again. Okay, so. All right, so Sam, if you are down 6 pips, that's not a big down, but you need to have, and this is where you have to listen to Koki at the beginning of the session because we are trying to show you guys the context of the market before you get in any trades. Okay, so at 3 a.m., I'm looking at the notes. Starting routine, tight range day. Don't be aggressive. Wait, and then wait, and then wait some more, then trade. So you had to wait, meaning like if you just waited for the dollar and you just took the racetrack on the dollar yen, for example, the euro dollar had a small racetrack going up. Those are the trades you have to wait for. Okay, today was not that kind of day where you can be overly aggressive. And that's where people, you know, they become anxious and they want to trade and they shouldn't. But I think he told you euro dollar this morning. What did you call him?
I call it New Zealand CAD.
All right, New Zealand CAD. And then in the other room, we were trading pound New Zealand. Pound New Zealand worked for a while. And I said, oh, you better, you know, we're hitting apart. You better get out. Yeah. So pound New Zealand worked. Yeah, no, this is just trading. Today's not a flowing day. That's all right. That's all it is. You guys have to wait. And that's the day it was. But you know what? You had nice setups because, when that dollar broke out of that box,
Yeah.
that was a nice short. When the dollar broke out of the box, the yen went down, broke out of its box.
Yeah, look here. I did this too. Like,
Yeah.
came right down to the level.
Yeah. So here's his prediction because you come down and then go back up. So right now it is coming down. That was a short. Again, 70% of the move happens 30% of the time. And then you guys have to be ready for that move. All right. All right, so the question came up, and I'll just go straight to the answer. The answer is that don't trade any of these cross pairs until you can trade the dollar mover. All right, the dollar broke down this morning, and you see how the yen just kept going down. Yes, now the yen is reacting off this area of buyers. Okay, now you guys have to concentrate and give me what? The dollar trade for the day. The dollar trade for the day was a euro dollar long. Okay, when the dollar goes up, this went up. Okay, when the dollar went up, the dollar yen went down. Those two trades were perfect. Now, this is where the algo comes in, because the algo is trying to help you so that you know which one you should be trading. Now, if I came over here, you see how the algo says you should be in some kind of a euro trade over here. Now, it's mixed because it's both long and short, and that's where the confusion comes in. If I were to ask you up here on the strong and the weak, what should you be trading right now, strong and weak? Well, right here, you see how these are all red on the heat map. So New Zealand says, I want to go, it's very strong. Right now, it's strong, but you can see how it's going what? Down.
Reversing.
It's reversing. Now, if this is reversing, I want something strong that's going up. The only thing I have right here is the pound, and that's the pound New Zealand. That's the one we've been trading all freaking morning. Wait, let me see. I'll be on the shorty.
It was on there earlier.
Yeah.
The euro's gaining strength too.
The euro is gaining strength right now. Oh, look at that euro CAD. All right. Now the euro dollar is slowing down, as it should, because there is sellers up here. There's supply. Anywhere there's not a racetrack, there is a level. All right. So there's a level right there. Now, if you come over here now on the New Zealand was in play. Now the New Zealand hits supply, and now you have these ginormous pullbacks, and they are breaking anchor. All right, so then you have to ask, is this the new downtrend? Now, if you say that's the new downtrend, you say, okay, I want to short New Zealand. If that's true, what does the dollar have to do? The dollar needs to go up to help you on this trade, yes? Okay, this goes down, dollar goes up. Dollar doesn't want to go up. The dollar was going up, it's in a pullback, and is sitting in an area of buyer, so you have to wait. It would be nice if it broke that trend line. All right, so we have to wait. Oh wait, you know who we have in here? Oh wait, you know, yesterday we had Kron, and today sitting next to me is these pairs. These pairs or these pair? Do you have more than one pair or just one these pairs?
Many pairs you guys can enjoy.
Okay, can you come over here? Come over here and tell the listeners what you see on the chart. And by the way, you're following up Kron, and Kron did a very thorough analysis.
I'm seeing right now that the dollar isn't doing it much. I'm looking at the other pairs, looking at the major pairs. I was in the Euro USD earlier, and I'm keeping an eye on it right now as it's in supply. I'm having my eye on the racetrack above that. It's at a quarter number right now. Let's see, what else am I looking at? The yen, USD yen. It's about to complete that racetrack. It's coming off a base. I also love these base candles. If you're looking at the USD yen, the previous 30 closed at a base candle. I usually look out for those closes. That tells me there's hesitation there. Let's see what else. So right now, I would not be doing much. It's everything sideways.
All right, very good. So we have these pair. I keep getting your pairs. Sorry. Geez, you know why? Because I can't imagine you with pairs. These pairs actually just moved to Florida, and then he left, and now he's back. But he actually lives just down the hall from me, which is kind of fun. Oh wait, one down the hall and one floor up. And he's very fortunate because he has a unit that has a storage unit next to him, so there's nobody living there. So it's very quiet.
And I have hot water
And yeah, he has hot water. He's close to the hot water heater of the building because it's the hot water heater is in the middle of the building.
No neighbors. Good.
And no neighbors. Okay, so the dollar. You see those three ugly candles right now on the 5-minute chart. So like David said, he wouldn't be doing anything right now. It's basing. And I'm looking at the software and everything is jumbled. You see how we have different colors on everything? Now, if I look at the numbers, you see how we have 13 on New Zealand and 11 on the Aussie. Those two are just two numbers apart. So I respect that. So I'm looking for New Zealand and Aussie. Now on the other side, I have the dollar. The dollar is minus 15, the yen is minus 9. So the obvious trade would be New Zealand dollar or Aussie dollar. But we look at the chart, and they're teasing you right now. They both have racetracks to the downside. The dollar's, ooh, look at the dollar, the way it hit that trend line. Right, so that means if we see the dollar, you see how it's wicking off that trend line right there? You see, he knows how to draw his trend lines. Right there, that means he drew it correctly. So that looks very pretty. Again, wait, do not trade. All right, but I like the New York Open to go into the Aussie and New Zealand shorts right now. That's what it's telling me. You gotta wait though. Because you got almost anchor breaks.
Yep.
All right, Dave Stalker. So let's go over your question. If I look at the algo right now, do you see how New Zealand is all red on the bottom and the euro is all green on the bottom? Yes. All right. So that means if we're strong, okay, and these are strong currencies. It's not. It's also telling you direction. Now, okay, on the other side, you see how the yen is all green and the CAD is all red. Yes. Well, we want a strong versus a weak. So one of them should be going up and the other one should be going down. Now we have New Zealand, euro, yen, and CAD. Now look at the ATR. All right. So if I'm looking at the ATR, okay, now they're changing colors already because they're actually making their moves. But the point is I wanted you to look at the ATR so you can tell me that which one has the most movement to make. If you look at New Zealand, you see how it's 417 to 545. Even though you got a big push, it's not going to be a huge push. I want something that has a lot of room to go. Now, if I look at the dollar, you see how it says 225 by 400. Well, that has another 175 pips to go. Do I want, and if I look at the euro has another 200 pips to go. So not only am I looking at the strong versus weak, yes, the answer to your question is yes. I want a red one against a green one or a green one against a red one when they're out, when the bars are all green and all red. So there's different ways of using the algo. So right now, okay, the moves have already started. The only thing I still have that's all green and all red is either the yen or New Zealand. So I would look at New Zealand yen right now and I'd look at it. Okay, it's finishing the racetrack. It's going into demand. So I would stay in the trade. Don't get out of this trade yet. Stay in the trade, go down your smaller time frame and look for a color change reversal. You are coming into demand, but it's showing strength on the computer that it still wants to go short. Now, here's the amazing part. If we go down to the watch list, all right, so if we go down to the watch list, I don't see New Zealand yen. All right, so that's why you have to be careful about it because it's saying that even though it's strong and weak on the top, it doesn't have a clear push according to the computer to take the trade. So that means if I took New Zealand yen, it's a riskier trade. It is riskier because the algo doesn't see it. The algo is looking for the push on 4 time frames. That way you guys get the push. Like this morning, there's some new traders and I asked them, okay, why should we take this trade? Oh, because there's a racetrack. I said, a racetrack doesn't matter without push. You're not going to make the money unless we can find the currency that's imbalanced. All right, so I do that analysis, and these are the things I'm going to stress during the training program. Okay, you don't just go on the watch list. There's a reason. If we wanted just the watch list, then you can go for the free one. The free one just gives you the watch list. Why do you think we have all these circles up here with the pushes over here, right? Because it's trying to show you which one has the best push to make money. All right, look at this pound. The pound has 500 pips to go before it even makes the average. OMG, that is really sexy to me. All right, New Zealand, it's okay, but not so sexy. New Zealand, I'm gonna have to say, okay, I got 100 pips to go, but I have 500 to go on the pound. All right, so we had the pound earlier. The pound finished this racetrack right here. All right. All right, so hopefully that answers your question. Now, there's different ways, different looks. Overall, the only, again, in trading, all I need is a push and profit potential, and I can make some money. Push, profit potential, make some money. Now, Jody, the trade father seems to make it sound too easy. Okay, that's because price can only go up, down, or sideways. If it's sideways, don't trade. All right, so I'm going to click on, and we'll be back. You guys have questions, we come back. Oops, I didn't
Okay. So it's very clear to me right now what is in play. Can anybody take a guess and tell me what currency is in play? Both answers are wrong. Third answer is wrong too. All right. You see how the Swiss here is setting up? Swiss, 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 Swiss. And the Swiss is over here. So there's something going on in the Swiss. So if you trade the Swiss, you should be looking at the Swiss pairs. Okay. First, you have to identify market condition. Okay. Then you have to identify the currency in play. Identify the currency in play with the market condition. Then you identify the racetracks and profit potential. That's really what it comes down to. How do we get the Swiss on the screener? I don't have it on this screener, but we're working on having our own screener in the very near future. It will have all the pairs on it. But you can add as the Swiss on your screener if you actually message them and let them unlock it. Yeah. Yeah. And you can even type it up here and double check. Right? Okay, so you see most of them lining up. Okay. $5.30. Yeah. Olivia, what area are you from? VA, Virginia. Oh, okay, cool. All right, you can see that yen and CAD. Yen and CAD. Florida. Okay, Florida. I like how the euro dollar is setting up like that. Love it basing, and we've got a racetrack there. I mean, once we get direction here, you could have a buy stop here and watch it as it rips through this. If the dollar were to go down, it's gonna just rip right through this. Okay, you have an uptrend with setup here. Okay, anybody have any other questions? I'm hanging out here for a bit. Just shoot me any questions you guys have. Actually, I have a question for all of you guys. How many of you guys actually journal your trades? Okay, cool. You video record, right? That's awesome. Okay, cool. Just like Bella suggested. Yeah, he's awesome. That's where I learned it from. Yeah. Very good. Yeah, that's how you're gonna track yourself if you're getting better or not, you know? So yeah. All in FX book. Yeah, but just connecting it to my FX book is not enough. I found it a lot more helpful when you actually write it out. So one of the things we preface on in the training is that you should be able to tell me what the condition of the market is, tell me what the currency in play is, okay, and tell me what setup and what strategy you're waiting for to happen before it happens, and then take that trade. Dave, so the FXCM screener suggests to me that the NZD is in play at the moment to the downside, the yen also as well to an extent, but you see that's not so much the case unless the currencies show up often on the watch list. No, again, you can, like, I just want to see how many of you guys are actually looking at this and just not even looking at a chart. You should be able to tell me what is in play. So when I just looked at this, I was like, Swiss, 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 and everybody said something else. Does that make sense? Okay, I mean we have people. I actually know one trader. He doesn't need a chart. He just trades off of this. These numbers right here. Okay. He would say, okay, this is 37 pips away. There's a push on the euro, say, and take the trade as you see that there's going to be a color change because you can see that he understands the trend state progression. Okay, so this is an uptrend with a setup. For instance, say I'm looking at this EuroCAD. There's 4 pips in profit, so probably skip that. But say I'm looking at Aussie New Zealand. Okay, it's going up right now. Can you all picture what the sideways bicep confirm looks like? Yes, no, maybe. Okay. So what will you wait for? You have to wait for it to pull back, right? So it should be an uptrend with a setup. And then as soon as you see this downtrend setup, anchor break, or sideways bicep confirm, and it's pushing, making this a sideways bicep confirm, they get in the trade. They just buy. They don't even look at a chart. I'm not suggesting not to look at a chart. I don't trade that way, but that person does. Okay, and but they understand the trend progression. Okay, and then you're pushing through it, and then you just assess where you're at. So if you understand, like, there's so many different ways of using this algorithm. Does that make sense? Okay. Cool. It's dead time right now. Pound Aussie. I like how all the actual New Zealand currencies are setting up right now. This could be a nice racetrack to way up. Zealand.
Are you on right now?
Yeah. What's he doing?
Oh, dollar's going sideways. The New Zealand yen.
The one I would like is the New Zealand CAD. You see, this CAD is coming into play.
Oh
And I
yeah,
just have to see the New Zealand's going up too.
CAD's a good mover. It's got red bars all on the bottom. CAD's showing up on the algo. Euro New Zealand yen trade did stop in that demand. Okay, you probably want to get out now. I mean, we were waiting for a color change to the upside. It's reacting off that demand. We got right now. It's an area where you guys have to reset for the day. Dollar's going sideways. They're on their break. In London, it is 10:45. They made a lot of money this morning, so there's no reason for them to overly trade. We had some nice moves. As you can see, the pound went down. Dollar yen went down. You gotta wait.
Yeah.
But you got your longs ready to go, and everything is setting up for it. Buyers are coming in, like on dollar yen. You can see the candles went buying, buying neutral, buying neutral, sell right now. Some people made money on the dollar CAD long.
Yeah, no, someone was in it earlier.
Look at your trend line working on the dollar.
Yeah.
You will go up here, you will stop people out, and you will continue to go down. The dollar goes down, New Zealand goes up.
All right, look at the euro.
Oh, there's a kick on the dollar. They're back from their break. Oh, well, look at it's exactly. Did that move thing happen just exactly at 10:45 London time?
All right, since we have a few hours left today and then we have one more day tomorrow, what are some things that you guys like to see, or some things that you would like us to cover? Anybody? Nothing? Everything's good? They're probably on break themselves. Add-ons? Okay.
Oh my gosh. Guy from Wisconsin and the other have 5 add-ons on the pound New Zealand short.
Oh.
No, New Zealand yen short. I said, why did you get out? He was like, I had 5 add-ons. I was like, okay.
Okay. Set up retracements. Okay, like a meat and potato setup. No, like corrective moves. Okay, so all the trades I've picked so far are all in the impulse moves because they're just the easier ones. And yeah, I just want to make sure everybody can make money. So don't make it hard on yourself. This gives you all the impulse move trades.
You know, I was
I
talking with.
see the reversal of a setup easier.
All right, so
Okay.
if you see the reversal of a setup easier, then if you look at the longs, New Zealand CAD, Euro dollar, Euro yen, Euro Aussie, look to see how short them. Where they're going to stop, so you can see you get your reversal to the short side. Then we have traders that are using this for the impulse move, and they say, hey, sometimes I see it, I miss the impulse move, so I'm actually using the algo for shorts or reversals or corrective moves, like Alex Andrews saying. What trading time frame do you pick if you're looking at it? That's up to you. Are you a day trader, swing trader, position trader? Right now, we are trying to day trade. Again, day trading is still your safest, easiest way to make money. If I came over here, we brought up the dollar. The dollar's still stuck in the box of doom that it's been stuck in for a while now. So day traders are making a lot of money. Swing traders are eking it out. Position traders are doing nothing. Let's see. We have Aussie. Do you have a 4-chart configuration up?
No.
Crash this computer.
Oh, well.
Yeah. I have all the fine stuff.
Let me see if we can do this person's question. Okay, so the question is anchor break on the Aussie New Zealand. All right, so if we're looking at, let's switch this to Aussie New Zealand. Okay, so yeah, that was a nice anchor break, and it's going into a racetrack. Some people may be in. You had new sellers coming into the market. Your new sellers are right here. So you have these sellers reacting off of these new orders. Your racetrack is above that. Your higher time frame trend is already up with no pullback. Okay, then when you see this arrow meaning up, it means it's going straight up. Everything is green on it. Now I'm going to use, all right, so you're saying Aussie New Zealand. So the first thing I'm going to do is come down here and look for Aussie New Zealand. I might crash your computer. Where is it? Oh, here's Aussie New Zealand. All right, so Aussie New Zealand is already going long. Going to the pair, you have 20 pips to go. You have 20 pips here. You are up with a setup. You are straight up. You had a pullback. So everything is going up right now. We're still in that pullback. £1 uptrend setup on 30-minute anchor break. I'll change this back. Where's Aussie? All right, so see, come up, trend setup on the 30, anchor break on the 5. No racetrack, but strength shows even on both. How do you treat that? Is strength even on both? First off, to answer your question, euro pound, I would not even go near it right now. I mean, unless you want something, because this is green, red, green. It's a 3 and it's a 1, so it hasn't got much strength. And also, you want pound, you have all these greens, you want something red, and you have euro with a 1. That's so weak. I wouldn't trade the euro right now. No, everything we see right now is setting up for reversals. We have buyers coming into the market on New Zealand, an area of buyers. See, the dollar is coming down. Do we have a racetrack? Yes, we have a racetrack for the dollar to come down. Do you have a color change yet? We do not have a color change breaking this high yet. But we do have a small racetrack to gain some momentum here on the 1-minute chart. I would wait for it to break 69.38. All right, so some people may be in the New Zealand yen. It came down to this new racetrack down here below. Now, I did stall right here. If you got a color change, this is the area where I said, okay, if you get a color change to the upside, you may want to get out at this point. But originally, I said, don't get out of this trade. Do not get out of this trade. If it works through this level, then you guys can make more money. I mean, this one trade right now at 374. Okay, that's 4 whole pips. 37.41. Oh, you're on a 1 minute chart. That's why. No wonder. No wonder I'm getting a wrong view. I'm going to click off.
Oh, that was you. I didn't change that. All right, how's everybody doing? So one question I think we want to have to get an idea is like, what was your biggest, what would be your biggest takeaway this week? Wait, okay. Oh, it's Venus. Yeah, I think Ashton means patience. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that would be it. Understanding conditions, then being patient and market. Yep. Okay, cool. Strong week. Okay. Okay, cool. Very good. Yeah, every day is a different day, so you have to have a process to get all those kind of answers, right? The only variable should be the market, not you. So you should be having that same process that you do every single day, consistently. I mean, you've watched me here now. This is the fourth day. I've done this also for a week before. Is that I do the same process every time, the same way, and I come up with the answers, and then I put a trading idea together. Biggest takeaway probably that when an overall sideways market has been identified, need to be cautious, use it, make it, take an approach with trades regardless. The individual pair you may look. This is another example of importance of context, which is still coming together for me. Yep, that's excellent. D, you're a swing trader. I have trouble with anticipating dollar movement. Right, exactly. I mean, don't be another variable in an uncertain multivariate environment. So for D, I'm a swing trader. I have trouble with anticipating US movement. So I would suggest D if I understand you're a swing trader. And if you want to be able to anticipate and learn quicker, I would suggest going to a day trading time frame, and then get good at that, and then you can go move to a swing trade. That's what I would suggest. because you'll have a lot of examples to try from a day trade perspective than a swing trade perspective. You know, I don't know about you, but like if I want to learn how to do the projections correctly, I want to learn how to be wrong. I want to know how to be if I'm wrong early in the game, right? I don't want to wait 2 days to be wrong, or however your swing trading time frame is. Once you become good at the day trading, you can switch to the swing. Plus, as a swing trader, as a day trader, your margin of error is going to be much smaller than it is if you're wrong, than if you are wrong as a swing trader. I hope that makes sense. Now I'm going to go over also the 4 questions I usually ask myself towards the end of the day. And I got this from different books and podcasts on trading. One would be, do I have a good read on the market? That's one. Actually, maybe I should do this on the notepad here. So let's do this. So if you want to have everybody should be doing a trade review every single day, and that's what we're gonna also focus on in our workshop. Is one, do I have a good read on the market? If yes, good. If no, what went wrong? Okay. 2, did I execute my trade plan? 3, did I manage my trades correctly? 4, did I miss any trades? All right, now all of this stems to be, how can I be better tomorrow? That's the big question, okay? So let's go over each one of these. So do I have a good read on the market? Kind of like this, starting routine, tire range, don't be aggressive. Okay, so far, was I right? Most times I am. Most times this part is pretty spot on. Okay. Did I execute my trade plan? So I usually do mostly breakouts, retracements. I would write it out before it happens. Again, most of the time this is pretty spot on. Got a lot better in the past year. And 3, did I manage my trades correctly? This is, in my opinion, the hardest thing to do. Okay, and I constantly have to work on myself on this one. Okay, the color change, the ATR, the moving average, what could I have done better? And 4, did I miss any trades? Now, when I say did I miss any trades, did I miss any planned trades? Okay, meaning that I planned a certain trade that I was waiting for. It's like this euro dollar. If it breaks out from here, and I should have a buy stop up here. If for whatever reason this drops and this strikes like that, then am I prepared for that? Okay. If I plan for those trades and I miss it, I want to know why I missed it. Okay. So, and that way, if I answer all these questions correctly, there's always going to be something I miss, always. Okay. And that really is, how can I be better tomorrow? Managing and planning those trades. Okay. Do this every day, have a journal, and within 1 month, you're going to be progressing in leaps and bounds. Hopefully that makes sense. Cool. Yeah. You're welcome, Trisha. I mean, thanks. I'll work on detailing things out like you have. Yeah. You got it, man. You can't be, in my opinion, again, people can disagree, but in my opinion, um, I just don't think you can make money if you're average. If you're an average trader, you're not going to make good money, in my opinion. You have to be great at this game to make money. You have to be well prepared, have a strict routine, a strict process, and so forth. And my goal wasn't to be an average trader. My goal is to be a great trader. All right, market's kind of dead. Now we're just waiting for this euro. You guys good so far? So far, so good. All right, cool. Yep, ask away. Ask any questions. I'm here. You're welcome, Trisha. Very good. Okay, I'm gonna hang back. Shoot any questions if you have anything, and I'll be around. All right, Trader Sam, any interest in taking Aussie dollar in the corrective move? Yes. Yet this is a racetrack to the downside. Yeah, I mean, you could. Like you said, it's a corrective move. So, I mean, look at this, the Euro Aussie. That would be probably a better one. Yeah, Aussie is moving. Okay, so I was got a question. Who oh, Trader Sam, did you do the Euro Aussie or no? You got 11? Okay. Oh, pound Aussie. Now again, between 7 and 8, the algorithm stops here because of the switch. That's why the watch list is not here. We got a few emails regarding that. It disappeared or something like that. So, question that came here: do you trade futures? I do. Yes. Euro Aussie seemed like a better trade. Yes. Okay. I'm not as active in futures though. Okay, so we got news in 45 minutes. Right now it's ranging. The only thing that really dropped off was the also the pound moved. Okay. And it just looks like they're setting people up. So we'll see here what happens in the next 45 minutes. Shoot any questions. Again, you guys registered. There are only 9 seats left, I think. I don't know how much now. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Okay, so the question and is how will euro news affect pound yen and CAD yen? Well, Azim, the question, I mean, the answer is it's going to affect the euro. So I have no idea how it's going to affect the pound yen or CAD yen. I don't understand why you're looking at the CAD yen and pound yen when it's euro news, unless you have a setup, but it's going to affect the euro mostly. Does that make sense? I mean, I thought that was kind of obvious. It's going to affect the euro first. Okay, so I had a question earlier, and so this is what we call a chop kind of environment. This is where a few months ago, not a few months ago, but what, 6 months, 7 months ago, something like that. This is where I would lose a lot of money. Just I would try to go long, try to go short, try to. So this is what we call chop. Just wait for the setup to happen. There's news coming out in the next what 10 minutes or so, 8 minutes. So just wait for it. One that I'm going to be looking really forward to is the euro dollar. So the U.S. session here, I don't expect a big movement until after the news. I'm here. I'm just. You guys, have any questions? I'm here in the back. Hey, Stephen King. So what do? We had that buy stop up there. Yeah, I did. Yeah, my take profit actually hit too. All right, so we still have news at 8:30. Okay, so we're setting up for a really nice session right now. Yeah, buy stop above the resistance. Cool. So how many pips did you get out of that one, Steven? Someone said it got 400 ECU. Oh, very cool. Using your strategy.
Yeah.
D spares. Futures.
Did you check?
About 50 pips.
I don't even
Excellent.
know how many
Good for you. See, now you just have to wait for that.
We wait on my class yesterday, right? So today's move where it goes out off the page and you have to click close.
You have about 45.
I didn't even know how many I got. So when I saw that shit.
How
go off
about
the
you?
page,
I'll tell you right now, I got
I think it's in the 42.
40, 42. Grab 65. Excellent. Cool. Very cool. All right. It's still well done. Yeah. So right now this is setting up for a really nice US session. So those who didn't take the trade, don't worry. It's still nice trades here. Look at this. All the New Zealand's are starting to work out too. Let's start to see if there's the algo setting up here. Okay, not yet. It will start showing up. All right. So we had to wait. The lesson today was we had to wait. And I was already here, right? Big news anticipating bigger moves later. Now this is going to set up, like I said, this is the US sessions coming up in 11 minutes. And we are going to have some moves now. We have some moves here. Watch out for the New Zealand CAD, New Zealand dollar, the euro. We're looking for a retracement. So this is how you're going to set up for your US session now. You guys should be very, very excited because bigger moves are going to happen now. So this one did exactly what I thought. Look at that. All right. Now I want to see continuation. We have continuation. Then we can start building a scenario. Okay, let's look. Euro, pound down, Swiss. The Swiss, Aussie, New Zealand up. Okay, so if the dollar were to retrace, I want to be in Aussie long. Dollar goes up, then I want to be in euro or pound short. Or this is great. And euro and pound is weaker. I expect that the euro will supersede. Well, already did over the ATR, and look for a retracement play. Look for retracement trades on the euro. That will be probably an easier one than anything else. But I'm setting up right now for the US session. It's a little early, but the movement already happened early. And we have a strong buy candle here. So let's see how it continues. It's following my projection right now. So now you just have to go back, check out the strong and weak, mark out your racetracks, and start building the scenario. Okay, so I guess the lesson learned today was patience again. You're in New Zealand, 50 pips, finally a winner. All right, good for you. Wow, look at that. Patience pays off. ECB launches a sweeping stimulus package with rate cuts and large bond buying program aimed at cushioning the eurozone from Wilson. Okay. Looks like we're going to hit parity here with the euro. Let's delete this. Those my trades. Very cool. Now, right now, the Euro CAD, for instance, is hitting the high time frame demand. Okay, so see how I can see the if the dollar were to retrace, here's a trade setup that could happen as a retracement, is if the dollar were to come down and the dollar CAD's going up, then you want to take a look probably at this retracement trade, the Euro CAD. $74 to $37. That's quite a lot. I know, but now we have new RTs. Now these are new racetracks. You wanted to trade something that's going to pay you fast, it would be the euro. New Zealand dollar, I don't know if anybody took that one. Told you guys if this dollar comes down, this is going to go up. And the retracement trade that I'll be looking for would be the Euro CAD. Once, if the dollar were to go down and dollar CAD goes up, this Euro CAD is going to be a great retracement trade. Let's see the CAD. Okay. Anybody took the New Zealand dollar? I know that was a reversal type of trade. I guess everybody got excited with the euro.
I want to show you something. Go. What do you want? Nice.
Yeah.
The charts. Actually, I'll show you.
Steve, and yes, but okay. I mean, it happens, but do you see how I came about with that idea? All right, so U.S. session opening up in 4 minutes. Yeah, sometimes I impress myself. All right, did it exactly like that. So now it came up to here. Let's see if how this reacts here. So now you have to build your if-then statement, right? If the dollar, let me delete these lines. If the dollar were to come down, what are you going to do? And if the dollar were to go up, what are you going to do? Let's look at a higher time frame here. So we can still go all the way up to here. Right? We can go all the way up to here. It could just keep going up, or it can retrace. So looking at, oh crap. Looking at this right now, I want to see the reaction here, right? Now, I said if the dollar were to go up, like this dollar CAD here, this New Zealand CAD is going to work out, it's working out good. It may take it all the way up here. If the dollar were to go down, I'm still in favor as the New Zealand strong. And I am in favor if the dollar index were to come down, and this dollar CAD goes up, I'm going to be watching this Euro CAD retracement. That's going to be my watch list. Anybody got questions on that? This is setting up for this next session. There's going to be a lot of trades here. I mean, this goes up like this. You should be all over this pound dollar. Watch it. Watch it as it breaks this. If this keeps going up like that, pound dollar short. Another one. Easy one. This is the impulse move. I'm missing the New Zealand dollar and had high time frame is down. Yes, it is down. However, it's gaining strength. So I expected a reversal. Again, this is things that you have to know this really, really well and be able to use it in different situations. When the watch list comes up, it just comes up and shows the easier trades. I can show you how to use this. All this to come up with different ideas. This EuroCAD is looking pretty good. I need to see a commitment here to the downside, hopefully. All right, and then for the EuroCAD, what I'll be looking for is 2 anchor breaks and a 5-minute to go up. So if I had to do this quickly, I'd say, okay, my buy stop would be somewhere up here. But watch it closely. Okay, these candles here are not very convincing for me. See how this one's a big one? That's the news. I get it. Mixed. Still strong, but the candles are smaller. At what point do you set up your buy stop? I'm watching this, okay, and I'm looking at this too. See how it came down. This is a demand zone down here, and it's basing. I love that, okay? So if it's basing, that means that, you know, it's hesitant, and it's probably has to do another breakout. Either gonna go up or it's gonna go down. So you can have a buy stop set like that right now if you'd like. Is there an instructional video on the watch list to reference so I can see it a few times to really understand it? We are planning to do that. We're planning to do one. Okay. So I missed a few minutes, but you're looking at your kind of reversal because the algo shows it is in the impulse long. No, the algo. Oh, these starts showing up here. It's a reversal trade. It's not going to show up in the algo as a watch list. Okay, this is a more advanced reversal technique kind of thing. But I want to see the dollar come down. If the dollar doesn't keeps going up, I would cancel this order. Oh, down here, not on the watch list, in the reversal. Let's look at it. Where is it? EuroCAD here. It's in the impulse long. I did the Euro and it's only one in the impulse long. This one, I see. I mean, I deduced it very quickly looking at the chart. Where is it here? We'll do this. EuroCAD, EuroCAD, EuroCAD. Here, impulse short. Now all in impulse short. Okay. Now another one that's setting up like that is the Euro Yen. However, the Euro Yen, I'm looking at a higher time frame. Hang on one second. No, I'm not in favor of this one. Euro dollar, let's look at that. Euro dollar can still keep going down further. Okay, so if you want to go short, the dollar keeps going up, look at the euro dollar. Euro Aussie is good, Euro New Zealand is good too. We said earlier, Aussie and New Zealand are stronger. Just wait, there's also news again at 8:30. Euro dollar short. Still going. Yeah. So there's many setups now. See how we had to wait all day for these setups. Okay, so now you can make 100 or 200 pips in this session. Doolin, will the pound yen go down again? I don't know about the pound yen, honestly. I would be focusing on the currency in play, which would be the euro right now. You want to make faster money right now, it'd be in the euro currencies. Like this short, euro dollar short. You're not identifying the currency in play. It's telling you right here. All right, anybody got any questions? We gotta be heading out very soon. We had to wait a long time to make our pips today, but that's trading. Sometimes you just have to wait. New Zealand yen. All right, I'm going to hang back for a little bit, and then I'll be logging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. But I will be here for any questions. Again, if you really want to take this seriously, go ahead and do the 6-day class or workshop. No problem, Connie. You have a good day. All right, gang. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to hang back for a few minutes. Send any messages. I'll be here. Bye.